Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Hi, everybody, and a very special Friday evening to you, wherever you may be. The Dodgers and the Tampa Bay Rays, and for the Rays, their first ever visit to Dodger Stadium. That completes the story. Now every team has played here at one time or another. Tonight, Game 1 of a sparkling three-game series that features three Cy Young Award winners. David Price tonight, then it'll be Zach Greinke tomorrow afternoon, and for good measure, Clayton Kershaw on Sunday. Both teams have been red hot. Going back to June the 22nd, the Dodgers have gone 34-8. And Tampa Bay has gone 28-11. Tampa Bay 2 games back of Boston, and the Dodgers 5.5 in front of Arizona. For the Dodgers, having come home from a brilliant road trip that saw them go 7-1, it'll be Chris Capuano with a record of 4-6, 0-1 in his career against Tampa Bay, coming off a victory in Chicago. David Price, since coming off the DL, is 5-1. We'll get to the ball game and a whole lot more coming up right after this. Dodger Baseball on Prime Ticket is brought to you by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. Come in and test drive the sleek, stylish Sonata today. By AT&T UVerse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. And by Jack in the Box. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax.
We are moments away from first pitch here on Prime Ticket.
The Dodgers hosting the Rays for the first time ever at Dodger Stadium. Well, this is an incredible run for the Dodgers. One of the best 42-game stretches ever. But it's the road streak, Steve, that I find the most impressive.
Yeah, I think most teams look to play 500 on the road. When you go out there, you're not sleeping in your own bed. It gets tough. You're facing the other team's home crowd. The Dodgers played excellent baseball. Bottom line is, though, these numbers are all in the past. They have to put that behind them and keep moving forward. You come in here, you got a series against the Rays, then the Mets. You go out and you play the Phillies on the road again. You know, we talked about right before the All-Star break, if they played really well, maybe they could get into first place. If they don't play really well for these next 10 days, they could be looking back up at first base.
Yeah, what I like about this is the pitching matchups. I mean, you have Price going tonight, looking forward to that, and then the Dodgers have Greinke and Kershaw on Sunday.
Yeah, the Dodgers keep throwing their best guys out there. Their entire pitching staff's been outstanding. Capuano's very capable tonight. It's going to be a tough matchup because David Price has been unbelievable since he came off the DL. Watch him tonight. What you're going to really love about him is he pounds the strike zone. He doesn't waste too many pitches. He's going to go right at you.
All right, and most likely he's going to go deep into this game. We'll see how the Dodgers handle their fatigue. The crowd will be a lift, a sellout. So when we come back, the Rays ace facing the hot Dodgers. Vince Scully has the call. Hey, we'll see you after the game.
Welcome to Dodger Stadium, and welcome to Think Cure Weekend 2013. Think Cure, the official charity of the Dodgers, funds collaborative research at City of Hope and Children's Hospital in Los Angeles. Research that is making progress towards finding cures for cancer. Everyday heroes who work tirelessly on the front lines in the battle against cancer. They come from medical facilities and laboratories throughout the greater Los Angeles area, and they're all here with the same goal, to save lives. So on this most important Think Cure weekend, we welcome you to Dodger Stadium, and we salute those whose efforts are so important to eventually defeat cancer. The Dodgers take the field a beautiful summer's evening. We welcome Joe Maddon to Dodger Stadium. Joe, of course, is long a familiar sight in Southern California for the years he was with the Angels. And, of course, Joe's real name, the family name, is Maddenini. His father, Joe, a plumber, decided to shorten the name, anglicize it a bit, and he's been Joe Maddon ever since. a terrific guy and has done a magnificent job. He's been the manager of the year for Tampa Bay in 2008 as well as 2011. And while we sing his praises, let's take a look at his lineup. It's Sean Rodriguez opening up in left field, Ryan Roberts at second base, Ivan Longoria will be at third, Will Myers in center field, Ben Zobrist in right, Yunel Escobar, the shortstop, James Looney, an old friend, comes back at first base, Jose Molina, the catcher, and Cy Young Award winner David Price on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Chris Capuano, who has not lost since the 4th of July, a record of 4-6. He is 0-1 against Tampa Bay, picked that up several years ago. Capuano, who's been pitching well, and gives the Dodgers usually a good solid 6 innings, and they'll be thankful if they can get that against a good Tampa Bay club here tonight. When you look at these two teams, they have a lot in common. We mentioned in the opening remarks the Dodgers, since the 22nd of June, have gone 34-8, and Tampa Bay has gone 28-11. But Sean Rodriguez, leading off his ball club, has done even better than that if you go all the way back to May 8th. If you go to May 8th, the Dodgers are 20 games above 500, and Tampa Bay 23 games above 500. So when they take the field against each other tonight, Tampa Bay 2 games back of the Boston Red Sox, and the Dodgers 5.5 games ahead of Arizona. They also play the low-scoring games very well. In games decided by 2 runs or less, the Dodgers are 37-21, Tampa Bay 28-21. So with the prospect of seeing a Cy Young Award winner in each of the games, Price tonight, Greinke tomorrow, and Kershaw on Sunday, it could be a great weekend as Tampa Bay finally comes to Dodger Stadium. They're the last major league team to get here, and we welcome them with the prospects of an exciting game. Sean Rodriguez, who's a Miami boy, born and raised, and was originally signed by the Angels, checks in. Angels signed him out of high school. Capuano into the windup delivers, and the first pitch is fouled away, and the count 0-1. By the way, in watching Rodriguez go after the first pitch, this is a very, very aggressive Tampa Bay ball club. They will go after the first pitch a lot of times, and they get a lot of first pitch hits. The next one, ground ball wide of third. Up with it is Uribe to throw him out. So a nice play by Juan, sliding on his hip to cover the ball, and then scrambling on his feet to throw him out. The Dodgers with the leather, Gonzalez and Ellis, Punto, Uribe, Hairston, Puig, and Schumacher. Fedorovich behind the plate. Dodgers going up against a very tough left-hander in David Price. So one away, Ryan Roberts. He of the tattoos. If you remember when Ryan played over with Arizona, that was the first thing you noticed about him. Then you found out he's a very good ball player. So Roberts takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Ryan, a Texan out of Fort Worth and Irving, Texas, shies away from a pitch high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Roberts, originally signed by the Blue Jays out of the University of Texas back in 2003. With all those tattoos on his arm, there's one that really goes to the core of Ryan Roberts as he fouls one off. He has his initials, a double R, but then just above the initials, the words in cursive, "Only the strong survive." And that is his philosophy, not only in playing sports, but in life itself. Started getting tattoos, he said, when he was in high school. Now the 1-2 pitch on the way. Capuano deals, and it is swung on and missed, and down goes Ryan Roberts. 2 out in the first inning, and now a local boy, the pride of Downey, St. John Bosco High School, Evan Longoria. Longoria, and it shows you, just as the Dodgers are sailing along without Matt Kemp, during the month of July, the Rays went something like 21-5. And Evan Longoria hit 190, and it didn't slow them up one bit. Right-hand batter and a very good one takes a breaking ball strike, and the count 0-1. When he leads off an inning, he has 9 of his 22 home runs. He's a first pitch home run hitter. He has 7. The strike one pitch on the way, golfed at, grounded to third. Nice big hop for Uribe to throw him out. And a 1-2-3 inning for Chris Capuano. So down go the Rays. Here come the Dodgers, and it's time now for David Price, last year's Cy Young winner, to go to work. Here's coming up now. The card, according to Don Mattingly, sent up to home plate. Mark Ellis leads off at second base. Nick Punto at short. Adrian Gonzalez at first. Yasiel Puig in center field. Gary Hairston in left. Juan Uribe at third. Tim Fedorovich behind the plate. Skip Schumacher in right field. And Chris Capuano on the mound. On the mound is David Price. First of all, he's tall. He's 6 feet 6 inches. 225-pounder. He is 28 years old at the end of the month. He's from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and lives in Nashville. The Dodgers, back in 2004, tried to sign him. They offered him $1 million, and he turned them down. He has become quite a pitcher after a very slow start with arm trouble. He was 1-5, and he has turned that completely around. He's now 5-1. Since coming off the DL, and his earned run average is a mere 1.5. So the Dodgers figure to be facing a tough customer, and leading off Mark Ellis. He'll be followed by Nick Punto and then Adrian Gonzalez. Couple of notes about Price. He usually pitches deep into the game. He averages 7 innings a start. He hasn't had a lot of run support. About 3 runs while he's pitching. He gets a lot of called strikeoffs, and he has a good move to first. He's picked off 4 all told. So the first pitch to Mark Ellis, down and away, ball 1. The other startling note about David Price, he has faced 202 batters since coming off the DL, and he has walked 1. That's right, 1. The 1-0 pitch in for a strike, and the count 1-1. He walked Mark DeRosa, otherwise letter perfect. He has allowed a few home runs. However, he is human in that respect, especially anybody throwing strikes you know is vulnerable. He's allowed 14 home runs. He works another strike to Mark Ellis, and the count 1-2. So David Price, in July of this year, by July the 26th, he had pitched 3 complete games, and with less than 100 pitches in each of the 3. The next one is low and inside, 2-2. So we will be watching his pitch count indeed. He's also had 3 consecutive games where the opposition has scored 1 run. If he does it again, he would tie Max Scherzer, who did that 4 straight games. So Price ready. The lanky left-handed fastball is way outside. 3-2 the count to Mark Ellis. Waiting on deck, Nick Punto at short, and then Adrian Gonzalez. Beautiful evening, 69 degrees. 3-2 the count to Mark Ellis. David Price turns from a stretch, back with a fastball, big slow hopper to third. Throwing on the run to nail him is Longoria, and so Ellis grounds to third, 1 away. We can take a look at the defensive alignment for the Rays. It's Loney and Roberts, Escobar and Longoria, Rodriguez, Myers and Zobrist, and Molina behind the plate, handling David Price. 1 away and Nick Punto coming up. Of all the games on the road, the Dodgers winning 7 of 8. I think my favorite play was one in St. Louis. An extra base hit to right field. Puig picked up the ball in the corner, whirled and fired. The ball sailed over Mark Ellis' head, and Mark would appear to be the logical relay man. And once it goes over the logical relay man, you figure the play is lost. Punto takes a strike. Instead, Nick Punto, the shortstop, had come all the way across the diamond, was behind Mark Ellis. He handled Puig's throw through to the plate, and Alan Craig was caught, and the Dodgers won that game 3-2. He now hits one that's on the chalk for a base hit to right. It kicks right back to Zobrist. So holding at first with a single to right is Nick Punto. There's another thing as we take a double look now at Punto. He hit it inside out down the line, and the batter is Adrian Gonzalez. I guess in some ways I can have somewhat of a twisted mind in reading and watching and seeing the Dodgers do almost everything right. Not only winning 7 out of 8, but remember they won 15 straight road games. But my mind took it the other way. And I started to think about it, and finally, with the help of Mark Langell, we found out. I knew back in 1944, when the war was going on, the Dodgers had the most disastrous road trip I've ever heard of. Here's the first pitch coming up to Adrian Gonzalez. Curveball on the corner for a strike, and the count 0-1. So we looked it up for sure. Dodgers went out on the road in 1944. It was a 17-game road trip, and they began the trip by losing 16 straight. Now, why I would think of that? Maybe that's a humble thought. You can also hit the bottom. So this club won 15 straight, and that club lost 16 straight. 1944. It was a team that was in third place when it went out. By the time the year was over, they finished in 7th place. So much for streaks. Adrian Gonzalez up there right now. Punto at first. 1 out. First inning, no score. James Loney holding the corner on Punto. Price, who has a very good move to first, looks over and backs off the rubber. By the way, the Dodgers did a very nice thing. You know the big Diamond Vision board in left field? They put a big sign up, and it was "Welcome James Loney," just like it has Adrian Gonzalez on it now. Just at the start of the game, they welcomed James back. 0-1 the count, Adrian Gonzalez. Price ready, comes back with a fastball. That's on the corner at the knees, and the count 0-2. Of course, there's more than just James Loney coming back. Evan Longoria is from Downey. Cesar Ramos played with him at Long Beach State. Ramos went to El Rancho High School. Longoria, St. John Bosco and Bellflower. James Loney, almost 7 years here. Jamie Wright was with us last year for 60 some odd games. He's returned with the Rays. Carl Crawford spent about 9 years with the Rays to start his career off. Time at the plate, Price not ready to pitch. And then, of course, J.P. Howell spent 6 of his 8 big league seasons in Tampa Bay. So there's a lot of thoughts, I'm sure, with Carl Crawford and Howell, etc., and especially for Loney. 0-2 the count. 1 out, first inning, no score. Price set at the belt. David looking at Punto, just looking again, now to the plate. Swung on, lost bat, little ground ball. The feed to Price covering by the first baseman Loney, and the bat broke, and a good portion of it sailed into the stands. Another portion just outside the left-hand hitting box. So Gonzalez grounds out, shatters his bat. The play goes 3-1, and with 2 down, Yasiel Puig coming up. Yasiel Puig continues to put up rather amazing numbers. His batting average, .377. But the things the Dodgers are noticing the most, not the 7-game streak, not the 11 home runs and the 25 RBIs, although they certainly appreciate it. No, what they are really starting to study, the fact that he has walked 19 times. It's as if the wild horse has suddenly been broken in a little bit as far as the strike zone is concerned. So Yasiel waiting, Price out of a stretch, looks at second, works a fastball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. So Puig putting up big numbers, but also maturing as a hitter. 7-game hitting streak, walked 3 times in Wednesday's game. 0-1 the count. Price sets right at the belt buckle, looks back at Punto. Now the left-hander to the plate, whips a fastball inside, and the count 1-1 strike. Puig on the road trip hit .383 against left-handers, .375 against right-handers. Wound up going 12 for 25. Just missed hitting .500. Puig's .377 batting average certainly links his name to others. Off speed, breaking ball for a strike, and a 1-2 count. Beginning his campaign on June 1st, Puig hitting .377. Joe DiMaggio hit .346 over the same stretch. Joe had 14 home runs, Yasiel 11. Joe D had 58 runs scored, and Puig 43. 1-2 the count. Price another look, left-handed deals. It swung on, a hopper behind second base. Backhanded, thrown just in time. Nice play by Ryan Roberts to go to his right. So Puig didn't hit it hard enough, and Roberts able to catch up to it to throw him out. So they leave a man, and at the end of an inning, no score. David Price, again Chris Capuano. Leading off in the inning will be Will Myers, who is right up there battling Yasiel Puig for top average of Major League rookies. Puig hitting .376, Myers .335, Jose Iglesias of Detroit .318. Will Myers, young fella from the furniture company in the United States, Thomasville, North Carolina, and lives in High Point. He was a third-round pick by the Royals. Big kid, takes a hook low, ball one. 6'3", 205 pounds. First thing you notice when he checks in, he does not wear batting gloves. And the second thing, the fact that his first home run in the big leagues was a grand slam home run. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Will takes, and it's outside. Ball two, 2-0 the count. So Will Myers, who committed to the University of South Carolina but signed with the Royals. Growing up in the Carolinas, he played baseball all the time. He takes a strike. He said, I can't remember not playing. We averaged at least 10 months a year. He also put on some weight 2 years ago, 6'3", so he's now a 200-pounder. Right-hand batter waiting. And the 2-1 pitch on the way. Will swings, hits it in the gap in left center. Not hard. Hesitating is Hairston. He was looking for Puig. And the ball drops for the base hit. So that's the problem when you move the furniture around. And Hairston was moving to his left, but he expected Puig. And Puig wasn't there, and the ball dropped for the base hit. Of course, if I were playing left field or you were playing left field, it'd be a good idea to expect Puig, and that's what happened with Hairston. So it's a gift for Will Myers, a fly ball that should have been caught that lands for a base hit. So tonight you have Hairston with Puig in center, Schumacher in right. If the Dodgers had their druthers, they'd probably have Crawford and Kemp and Ethier out there, but that's not the way it's cut for the moment anyway. So a leadoff fly ball single. Ben Zobrist checking in, and he takes a pitch low. 1 ball and no strikes. No score. We're only in the second inning. Zobrist, a hot hitter of late, hitting .277, an all-star for the second time this year. He's hit safely in 10 of his last 11 games. Throw to first, easily back on the bag is Myers. Zobrist is another tall kid. He's 6'3", 210, out of Eureka, Illinois. Went to Dallas Baptist University and lives in Tennessee. Capuano delivers. Slow breaking ball in for a strike, and the count 0-2. For Ben, the big note for him, he went to the same high school that produced and then on to college. And he went to the school that produced Ronald Reagan. Ben is the son of a minister. 0-2 the count. Capuano over to first. Meyer back on the bag. Meyer has stolen 5 out of 6. Capuano, and you can say it for sure, like the little girl with the curl. When he is good, he's very, very good. And when he's bad, it's another story. Little ground ball to short. Charging, bobbling, recovering, throwing way too late is Punto. So the Dodgers featuring a lineup against left-handers that would not be the classic lineup, and they paid for it. First the fly ball. Hairston worrying about Puig. That was allowed to drop. Now Punto in a hurry. Had the ball run up his glove. By the time he recovered, it's too late. He draws an error. So 2 very, very questionable plays have put Capuano and the Dodgers in the hole. And wouldn't you know it, it will be Yunel Escobar followed by James Loney. So 2 on and nobody out. Escobar hitting .257. He packed some wallop. He has 8 home runs, 44 runs batted in. Swings way out in front of a changeup, and the count 0-1. That thing came up at about 77. Escobar is from Havana, Cuba. So he has something in common with Puig. Puig was from Cienfuegos. Escobar has had one fly in the ointment. He's grounded into 15 double plays. So he's up there now with 2 on and nobody out. Capuano delivers in the dirt, blocked nicely by Fedorovic. We were talking about Capuano, saying he's like the little girl with the curl. When he is good, his 4 victories, his earned run average is 0.3. When he loses, and he's lost 6 times, his earned run average is over 10. That's a huge difference. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way to Escobar. Fastball whacked into right center. It's going to fall for a hit. Puig diving, knocked it down. 1 run will score. The throw goes to the plate. A useless throw. So that's another bad defensive play, because by throwing to the plate, that allowed Escobar to take second base. So the best way to describe the Dodgers here in the second inning, shabby. A fly ball that should have been caught, a ground ball that should have been fielded, and now a base hit and a needless throw. So it is 1-0 Tampa Bay. Because of the throw, there are runners at second and third. And there was no chance of getting Myers, but Puig diving slapped at it. Otherwise, that thing could have gone to the center field wall. And the Rays have runners at second and third, and here is James Loney. So Loney, who played here for about 7 years, takes in the dirt, and a 1 ball, no strike count. Loney, in his career, 7 years, hit .273 at Dodger Stadium. So they'd really better watch him, because he's been dynamite, especially on the road. Hits a ground ball up the middle. That's going to cash in 2 more runs. Puig is going to make another useless throw, and down to second base. I'll tell you what, this is a bad inning. If this were a movie, you would crank it up and start from the beginning. So it is 3-0 in favor of Tampa Bay, and for Don Mattingly has to be wondering what happened to the team I had that won 7 out of 8. So Loney a base hit, 2 RBIs, and again Puig making an absolutely useless throw, allowing Loney to get to second base. So there is a lot of blame to share tonight as the Dodgers come back down out of the cloud. The batter now is Jose Molina, with Loney at second base. Loney, we mentioned, was doing very well. He was hitting .357 on the road. High chopper wide of third. Uribe looks Loney back and throws to first, and the Dodgers get an out. So 1 away here in the second inning. Tampa Bay leading 3-0, and the batter is David Price.
Pitcher number 14, David Price.
So David Price, as an American League pitcher, just 0 for 3, 2 for 21, and he probably forgot the 2 hits. He had them back in 2010. Price does give you that big strike zone, 6'6". Loney at second, 1 out, 3-0 Tampa Bay. Capuano ready, fastball, a little low, ball 1, 1-0. 3 runs, 3 hits for Tampa Bay. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and several questionable plays. Capuano gets a strike, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Capuano, seeing his center fielder let him down with needless throws. Punto kicking a ground ball. Hairston shying away on a fly ball. I'm sure he was worrying about Puig. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed, and the count 1-2. James Loney at second base. As a first baseman for the Dodgers, Loney played in 860 games. Eric Karros is number 1, 1579. Garvey 1470. High chopper over the mound, charging at second base. Mark Ellis to throw him out. Advancing to third is Loney, and the batter will be Sean Rodriguez. That was a fine play, not an easy play at all by Mark Ellis. So 2 down. Loney is at third. Rodriguez grounded out in the first inning. Sean Rodriguez. They can move him all over the place, and he's played everywhere but pitcher and catcher, so an extremely valuable man to have on the ball club. Rodriguez, right-hand hitter, takes an off-speed pitch. That's in for a strike. 0-1 the count. Chris Capuano, the veteran, has been through it all. You would never know as he acts on the mound, as if he was upset, disappointed, angry. Select the word that applies. 0-1 the count. Throw to third, and just getting back is Loney. So James almost picked off. So Loney walking down the line. 2 out, 0-1 to Rodriguez, whose dad is a hitting coach in the Marlins minor league system. Sean swings, doesn't get it, and the count 0-2. He has a brother who was in the Expo, the Montreal system, for a while. Where'd he come up with the name Sean? Well, his father liked Sean Connery, the actor, so he got the name. 6'1", 200, 28 years old. Capuano looking over his shoulder at Loney. Now the strike 2 pitch to Rodriguez. Ground ball to short. Punto up with this one. Gets it over in time. And the Dodgers give up 3 in the second inning. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, but a lot more than that. And it's 3-0 Tampa Bay. Tonight's broadcast is on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. Welcome. We hope you enjoy the ball game. And to all of you, men and women, keeping us free and safe, thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Second inning, 3-0 in favor of Tampa Bay. It'll be Jerry Hairston, Juan Uribe, and Tim Fedorovich against David Price. So Hairston checking in, hitting .252, 2 home runs, 19 runs batted in, and pretty obvious in playing left field. He had the feeling that the wild horse was coming, and he shied away from a routine fly ball, and that started all the trouble for Chris Capuano. So David Price had 3 ground balls for an out and a ground ball single, now ready to work on Hairston. David from the first base side of the rubber, pitching out of a stretch without actually elevating his hands and arms. 1 ball and no strikes. Last year, David Price, 120, struck out 205, and had an earned run average of 2.5 as a 26-year-old. 1-0 pitch on the way, taken ball 2. In the last 40 years, only one other left-hand pitcher matched those numbers at the age of 26 or younger, and it was a 23-year-old Clayton Kershaw in 2011. 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's a strike. Going back, only 5 other lefties in that exclusive club. Vida Blue, Herb Score, Al Newhouser, who did it twice, Rube Marquardt, and Rube Waddell. Price set. David's 2-1 pitch hit in the air to left field. Late start out there and left by Rodriguez, but Sean makes the catch, and we have 1 away. And the batter will be Juan Uribe. A reminder, Sunday, September 1st, after the game with the Padres at 1:10, the Dodgers will show The Sandlot on the new high-definition video screen. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/The Sandlot. 3-0 Tampa Bay, 1 out. Here's Juan Uribe. Uribe with Fedorovich hitting back of him. Juan has a half a dozen home runs. Takes a pitch outside, 1 ball and no strikes. 31 RBIs, hitting .251, but struggled on the road. Had only 4 hits in those 8 games. The 1-0 pitch, a hopper to the right side into the glove of Ryan Roberts, and we have 2 down in the 2nd inning. That'll bring up Tim Fedorovich. So David Price, another good one who got away. As we mentioned, the Dodgers wanted him desperately, couldn't get him. When he had those under 100 pitch complete games, that put him in company with Greg Maddux, Brad Radke, Mark Mulder. He had his jersey retired by his high school in Tennessee. He actually accepted a scholarship to Vanderbilt as a senior. That's when he passed up the Dodgers. First pitch in for a strike, 0-1 the count to Fedorovich. One of the things that came as somewhat of a surprise to his mom and dad, they got a book all about the life of Derek Jeter. Strike 1 pitch is low. And in reading the book, they thought, wow, it sounds like our family. They were astounded about the similarities. A black father who studied sociology in college, and a white mother who studied accounting. And a lot more similarity with Derek Jeter. 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and the count 1-2. Tim Fedorovich, Wednesday in St. Louis, had his first 3-hit game. With a day game tomorrow, part of the thinking tonight was to rest some of the fellas. They were getting to bed at 4 and 5 o'clock this morning. So A.J. Ellis takes the night off, or at least for the moment. 1-2 pitch on the way, way outside. 2-2 the count. David Price, and I'm not sure, we'll check his glove to see if it's there. His 2 closest pals, one was Tyler, one was Nathan, and they were the best pals. One was killed, yep, it's on there. Tyler was 21 and Nathan was 22, and they both died at those young ages. Pitch outside, ball 3. And on David Price's glove are the dates his two closest pals died. It's in blue, and it's just by the, runs along the index finger in the glove. 3-2 the count. Fedorovich waiting. Price nods yes. Now the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, hit in the over right field. Coming up for it is Zobrist to make the catch, and the Dodgers go quietly 1-2-3. And at the end of 2, it's 3-0 in favor of the Rays. And take a 3-0 lead to the top of the third inning. By the way, the Rays and the Dodgers over the years did play 6 games, none of them here, and they split the 6. The Dodgers are 8-6 against the American League, but they've not had a winning record against the American League since 2004. Meanwhile, the Rays have done very well this year against the National League. They're 12-5. So here's Ryan Roberts, who struck out in the first inning. He'll be followed by Evan Longoria and then Will Myers. Roberts, when he was with Arizona, played a lot of third base. He's playing second base here and doing very well against left-hand pitching, hitting better than 300. Takes a strike, 0-1 the count. Ryan will be 33 in September. Now the strike one pitch, swung on and missed way out in front, 0-2. Chris Capuano, who was victimized, that's the best you can say about what happened in the second inning. So he's down 3-0. Punto Inera, Hairston shying away, I'm sure, hearing footsteps. High pop foul. Adrian Gonzalez coming over right by the dugout. Can't make the play. And the count 0-2. Ryan Roberts, and looking at him down there on the field, the first thought when you remembered him playing in Arizona was a beard. A big beard. Right now it just looks like he hasn't shaved. Strike two pitch is popped up. Ellis directing Puig, coming out from right field, and the ball's going to drop in front of Schumacher. Puig picks it up, throws late into second base. It looked from here like Mark Ellis was going out and directing Puig, and for some reason Puig never saw it. Schumacher then tried to race out of nowhere and couldn't get there. Wow. I'll tell you one thing about this game tonight, though. The Dodgers are going to school. Puig was backing up and lost it. Schumacher tried to help out and overran the ball. Puig picked it up and threw late. So on a pop fly, Ryan Roberts says thank you very much, as Puig just lost the ball, obviously, in the light sky. Ellis tried to help him, but Puig had no idea where the ball was. So here's Evan Longoria, and he takes ball one. It was September the 28th, 2 years ago, against the Yankees. Longoria hit a walk-off home run in game number 162, and that put the Rays into the playoffs. Only the sixth time in Major League history a walk-off home run clinched a postseason berth, and only the second time the home run came in the team's final game of the regular season. So it was that Evan Longoria's 12th inning home run to clinch the berth joined Bobby Thompson's shot heard round the world to beat the Dodgers in 1951. Longoria slices one to right. Schumacher hesitates, comes up to make the catch, and then guns it in. Short hop by Punto. So Roberts has to hold at second. Nice play. Schumacher slowed up, collected himself. That was the hesitation, so that he could then charge the ball and throw on the run and get the full impetus from his body. And he made a strong throw to freeze the runner. So one out, and Will Myers coming up. Myers singled in the second inning. That was just that fly ball that should have been caught. I wonder and have to guess Hairston could hear the wild horse, even though Puig wasn't anywhere near him. And Hairston bailed out and let the ball drop for a base hit. For Will Myers, a good deal. He's now been on base 22 straight games. And Will takes a strike, and the count 0-1. So for the Dodgers, if they had any thought at all about, my goodness, how things are just sailing along, they're kind of brought up short a bit tonight. Strike one pitch, off speed, missing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris Capuano trying to keep Roberts at second base. The Rays sent pitchers James Shields and Wade Davis to get Myers from Kansas City. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Will hits it foul off to the right, out of play. Myers, among other things, last year was the minor league player of the year, selected by both Baseball America and USA Today. Last year, he changed his hitting style a little bit, standing more upright at the plate. In the dirt, the next pitch blocked nicely by Fedorovich. 2-2 the count. Three runs, 4 hits for Tampa Bay. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. Will Myers, solid young ball player. We told you his first major league home run was a grand slam, and he hit it in the ball places, Yankee Stadium. He takes low, ball 3. It was only the 4th visiting player to hit a grand slam at Yankee Stadium for his first major league home run, and the youngest since Ken Griffey Jr. did it. 3-2 to Will Myers. Capuano delivers, swung on, fouled at the plate. So Will is still there. So Fedorovich working hard behind the plate. When you look at Myers' background, especially when he was with the Royals, he was a catcher. And then they moved him to the outfield in 2011. Then they wondered. So last year, they had him play third base for a little while. But as soon as he came in the trade to Tampa Bay, they put him in the outfield. 3-2. Myers swings, lashes it into right field, base hit. Schumacher up with it. Holding at third is Roberts. So Will Myers 2 for 2. One was the fluky fly ball, but this one a line drive single to right.
Right fielder, number 18, Ben Zobrist.
Ben Zobrist coming up. He reached on the error by Punto. So a nice bit of hitting by lanky Will Myers. A base hit to right field. 3 runs, 5 hits for Tampa Bay. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. So Zobrist coming up. First and third, 1 away. Ben was originally signed by the Astros. He has done very well getting a runner home from third with less than 2 out. Ball 1. He has scored 19 runners from third base. So he's a pretty handy guy to have around. He was pretty mature. When he graduated from high school, he was 19. 1 ball and no strikes. Capuano delivers. Little ground ball wide to third. Uribe to the plate. Nice catch by Fedorovich. Running his man, faking his man, and the runner, and that's Ryan Roberts, runs out of the baseline. The throw down to second base is not in time. Myers safely in. The Dodgers thought they had completed a double play on the run down between third and home, and then the throw down to second. But the second base umpire, Doug Eddings, said no, that the runner, Myers, got back to the bag. So on the fielder's choice, Zobrist is safely aboard at first. Myers is safe at second. Roberts ran out of the baseline. Fedorovich throws down to second. The throw had Myers beaten, but he twisted his body and with his left hand got the bag before Ellis could tag him. But to the crowd, the throw had him dead to rights. But it was a good call. It was a tough call by the umpire, but it was correct, even though Capuano and the Dodgers can't believe it. So a good call by Doug Eddings. The Rays have runners at first and second with 2 out, and the batter, Yunel Escobar. Oh, sure, if you're sitting in the stands, that throw had him dead to rights, but not when you saw the replay and you saw him twist his body and get his left hand on the bag. So Capuano still has work, and Escobar holding up on a pitch low. 1 ball and no strikes. Yunel singled to drive in 2 runs in the second inning. Came up with the Braves almost 6 years ago now. One ball and no strikes. Slow breaking ball in for a strike. 1-1 to count. So in the inning, Roberts doubled. Fly ball to right. Then a base hit to right, sending Roberts to third. Then the fielder's choice on the rundown of Roberts. And now here's Escobar. Roberts in the dugout talking about the play. 1-1 foul back. 1-2 the count to Yunel Escobar. Escobar very cool and relaxed. Why not? He escaped Cuba in 2004 with 5 other baseball people and 30 other passengers. 3 days stowed away on the little boat. The 1-2 pitch, strike 3 called. Escobar goes down, and despite a double and a single, the Rays fail to score. And at the end of 2.5 innings, 3-0 Tampa Bay. Dodgers and the Mets at 7:10. And the first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Dodgers knit cap, compliments of Pizza Hut. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Bottom of the third inning, 3-0 in favor of Tampa Bay. Dodgers trying to get started, and they've been unable to so far. Of course, they're up against the Cy Young Award winner of last year. So David Price, deep in thought, heaves a little sigh. Now gets ready to face Schumacher, Capuano, and Mark Ellis. Skip Schumacher leading off and has to look for a ball around the plate, even though Price has gone 3-2 to a couple of hitters. But his walks, as we told you, it's now, let's see, 7 more. 209 batters, and he's walked 1. Price ready, David deals, and it's a little high, ball 1. So since Price returned from the DL, he has struck out 40 and walked 1, and a record of 5-1. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Schumacher looks at a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Skip trying to get something started. 2 home runs. 25 runs batted in. And the 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded to third, backhanded by Longoria, who gets it over to first in time for the out. Nice play by Longoria. Take a hit away from Schumacher, and the batter, Capuano.
Pitcher number 35, Chris Capuano.
Rays went in order in the first inning, and then the Dodgers played fast and loose with the ball in the second inning. Then they got in trouble when Puig lost a fly ball in the third, but they get out of the inning. We had a quick shot, and although I'm sure the language was Spanish, you could tell that Adrian Gonzalez was not just talking to Puig like a Dutch uncle. He was actually giving him not a verbal lashing, I don't want to say that, but he was telling him in no uncertain terms whatever was going on, what was going through Puig's mind. And Adrian, who's kind of like his Dutch uncle, if that applies to 2 young fellas speaking Spanish uncle. And Juan Uribe will now listen like an older brother. And Puig, who is slowly but surely on the job training. The biggest thing, the fact he had no idea what to do with the ball. Strike 2 pitch is swung on and missed. Down goes Capuano. So 2 out. The throws to home plate, I'm sure those were the plays. Not losing a fly ball. Anybody can lose a fly ball. But those needless and useless throws, allowing the batter to go to second base and be in scoring position, that's a killer. So I'm sure that's the point they were trying to make. Think before you throw. Look before you throw. And above all, think. So we have 2 down in the third inning. And the batter is Mark Ellis, who grounded to third in the first inning. Mark takes inside, ball 1. 1-0. Capuano in his 3 innings has made 48 pitches. Price right now has made 34. The left-hander's 1-0 pitch, a shot by the mound up the middle. So Mark Ellis comes up with a 2-out single to center, and that will bring up Nick Punto.
Number 7, Nick Punto.
So that is hit number 2 for the Dodgers. Remember how tough Price is. 5-1 on the road. An ERA over that stretch, 1.5. He was on the DL in the middle of May. Tightness in the arm. So talking about his success on the road, remember the Dodgers 17-1 the last 18 on the road. The Rays 12-5 in their last 17 on the road. Little roller slowly to short. Escobar gobbles, throws, and gets him. So no runs, 1 hit, and a man left. And at the end of 3, Tampa Bay 3 and the Dodgers nothing. Tampa Bay Rays got them all in the second inning. Dodgers have not been able to bounce back yet. They have just 2 hits and no runs. Beautiful evening, 69 degrees. Nice crowd on hand. A lot of youngsters. We're always happy to see that. Of course, we're all aware of the fact that just around the corner, school is there. Meanwhile, James Loney, followed by Jose Molina, and then David Price. Loney came up, got a base hit to drive in 2 runs in the second inning. And I was sitting here thinking about players returning, going up against their old club in the old ballpark. Probably the best one I know of was an outfielder with the Dodgers named Babe Herman, who was a very good hitter. Loney takes ball 1. Anyway, the Dodgers traded Babe Herman to Cincinnati. And Cincinnati eventually came to Ebbets Field, and it marked the return of Babe Herman. And what did he do in that first game? He hit for the cycle. For the cycle. So Loney came up in the first inning, single to drive in 2. And it brought back memories of the Babe. 2-0 they count. Molina on deck, then Price. James came into this game hitting .324 against left-handers. And 3-0. Loney with 10 home runs. See if that means anything. 3-0. And a strike. Three-0 Tampa Bay. Ground ball. It might be Babe Herman. Maybe not the cycle, but Loney has come back. He is 2 for 2 with a couple of ribbies.
Catcher, number 28,
and the batter is the catcher, Jose Molina. Loney acting like it hurt his hand, but he hit that ball sharply to left field. Jose Molina, all part of the famous Molina brothers. Benji, Yadier, all played over 1,000. Jose, 841. 3 brothers, all in the big league. That's a story. There's 18 trios of brothers. The Molinas are the only set to each have a World Series ring. They have 2 apiece. Jose with the Angels in 2002 and the Yankees in 2009. Benji, 2002 with the Angels, 2010 with the Giants. Yadier, 2 with the Cardinals, 2006, 2011. In July of 2005, Randy Johnson pitching in Yankee Stadium, and both Jose and Benji homered against him. All 1. Jose and Benji were together with the Angels in 2002. They were just the 3rd set of brothers to play on a series championship. Paul and Dizzy Dean of the 34 Cardinals. Mort and Walk Cooper of the Cardinals in 42 and 44. He also brings a good strong arm. Yadier has picked off 42 runners. Jose has picked off 24. In fact, Jose at one time, he threw out 12 straight would-be stealers. Admittedly, that was about 5 years ago. 2-1, fouled off. Another thing about the Molinas, on May the 5th, 2001, Jose was recalled by the Angels to replace his injured brother Benji. Maybe only the 2nd time a roster move has involved brothers. Back in 1997, Cincinnati made a similar move with Brett and Aaron Boone. 2-2. Ground ball to second. The quick feed to Punto, who has plenty of time and just ran away from the sliding Loney. And Molina was still only halfway down the line. So 2 out, and time now for our Twitter poll. Interesting question. Would you like to see the DH used when American League teams visit Dodger Stadium? Well, tweet hashtag DH yes or DH no. Stay with us and we'll get the results. Boyd Robertson reminds me Grady Little used to bring that up when he managed the Dodgers into league play. Here's David Price. One and one the count. Two down, 4th inning, 3-0 in favor of Tampa Bay. Dodgers undermined Capuano's efforts in the 2nd inning. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 4th inning, it'll be Gonzalez, Puig, and Hairston. Mentioning Grady Little reminds me something about managers. There's strike 3 to Price. Grady Little loved to ride his motorcycle here on the freeway. Walter Alston rode a motorcycle in the Ohio countryside, and Joe Madden, he rides a bicycle. Dodger Baseball on Prime Ticket is brought to you by Farmer Boys. Get an award-winning Farmer's Burger topped with farm fresh veggies, cheese, bacon, and avocado. By Chase. Send money to almost anyone, anywhere with your smartphone. Chase Quick Pay, so you can. And by 76. We're on the driver's side. Bottom of the fourth inning, 3-0 in favor of Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay will be here tomorrow afternoon and Sunday, and then the New York Mets will be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights. Dodgers go back out on the road, playing Philadelphia and Miami. They play 4 in Miami, 3 in Philadelphia, and come home to play the Boston Red Sox, the Chicago Cubs, and the San Diego Padres. So we're just starting this homestand. Dodgers started off on the wrong foot, and they're trying to recover. Adrian Gonzalez will lead the way, followed by Yasiel Puig, and then Jerry Hairston. James Loney has returned and has given the Dodgers a bad time. Loney is 2 for 2, and he has driven in 3 runs to give the club a comfortable lead. Adrian Gonzalez grounded out, 0 for 1. We talked about Loney driving in 3, give him 2 RBIs. So 3-0 Rays. Here we go. Right, 0-1. David Price, only 36 pitches in the first 3 innings. 0-2. Gonzalez shattered his bat. Good portion of it went in the stands. The handle stayed near home plate. And the ground ball was fielded at first base by Loney. 0-2. Still 0-2. David Price, he is quite a study. And when you get deep into the way he pitches, pretty interesting. You would think after 51 pitches, maybe he would tire. But the batting average is .211. And the longer the game goes, the lower his ERA. And you figure a hitter seeing him 4 times might improve, might figure out his stuff. But when he faces a hitter for the 4th time, that hitter throughout the league is hitting .132. That's hit down the line, slicing as she goes foul. So Adrian back to try it again. 1-2 the count. Adrian grinning at something Jose Molina said. A couple of veterans passing the time. One ball and 2 strikes. 2-2. Nice easy fastball at 95. So after pitching him away, now the classic pitch up and in. 3-2 the count. He's had several 3-2 counts, and as we told you, he's walked 1 man in 202 hitters plus tonight. So it's now 213 hitters, 1 walk. And he's on the edge for third or fourth time. 3-2. So that's that for the thought about a walk. Down goes Gonzalez. It's only the second strikeout for Price. And it'll bring up Yasiel Puig. So Adrian back to the dugout empty-handed. And now Puig. Yasiel with a 7-game hitting streak. Hit one up the middle. And Ryan Roberts went behind second base to throw him out. After Yasiel Puig made those needless and useless throws to home plate and then listened to Adrian Gonzalez, you can understand why he swung at the first pitch. He would like to destroy the ball right now. 0-2. Three runs, 6 hits for Tampa Bay. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. 1 out, 4th inning. Just missed down and away. Pretty good discipline to take that pitch with 2 strikes. One and two. And goes after that outside pitch and bangs it into right field. So Puig, with a base hit, has now hit safely in 8 straight. It probably was a ball, but it was a pitch up that he could see all the way. Take a look. Out there, yeah, that was outside the zone, but it was a pitch that was up and he could get a good look at it, and he singles to right. Remember his first at-bat, he grounded up the middle. So Yasiel with a single. He's hit in 8 straight. And the batter now, Jerry Hairston. Hairston flied to left field in the 2nd inning. It's been crowded out there in left field. 8 Dodgers have started in left field this year. Carl Crawford, of course, sitting quietly in the dugout, getting a good rest. He figures to be back in there tomorrow. That 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning arrival tires everybody on the club, but especially when you're a hard-working leadoff man and you've already had 9 years in the big leagues. Yasiel Puig, who does not know the pitcher's movements, has still managed to steal 7, but he's been picked off and caught 5 times. 1 ball and no strikes. And Price has a good move to first. Against him so far this year, 7 runners have been nailed trying to steal. That's the highest number of caught stealing in the American League. He also has a Molina behind the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. That's going to go down the line, slicing back into the stands. 1-1. Nice crowd on hand tonight. Not a sellout, but a very nice Friday night turnout. Beautiful evening. And, of course, fireworks after the game. According to the papers, tomorrow and Sunday sold out. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. So he drops from 95 to 84 with the same movement. The bottom just dropped out of that thing. Every inch a Cy Young Award winner, David Price. Fastball, slider, curve, and that last pitch deserves the title, a devastating changeup. Last game he pitched, they said he threw the changeup 20% of the time. Punched down to first. Loney gets one. That's about all he could do with that thing. So Puig is erased. Hairston's aboard, and Uribe coming up.
Dodgers third baseman number 5, Juan Uribe.
Juan Uribe grounded out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Talking about David Price and his changeup. Before David went on the DL, he used the change maybe 12% of the time. Since coming off the DL, not only the last game, but in the 6 other games, he's used it 20% of the time. Change is around 84. Fouled off. Hairston was badly fooled on a change. Puig missed 2 of them. So when you can throw a nice and easy 95, and with the same exact delivery, the same point of release, and throw it at 84, wow. The strike. Oh, and 1. That's a fastball hit late, and it's going to slice down the line and land safely. Around third comes, and the play is going to get him by plenty. Surprisingly, Hairston coming in. With Fedorovich coming up, I think Tim Wallach decided to run him, and Hairston was going to be out by a lot. So it's still Tampa Bay 3 and the Dodgers nothing. Out at the plate by plenty. We talked about some of the Dodgers who played for the Rays. Jamie Wright, J.P. Howell. But we also mentioned Carl Crawford spent 9 years. And with Tampa Bay, he set a lot of club records. 1,235 games, 765 runs, 1,480 hits, 215 doubles, 105 triples, 592 RBIs, 409 stolen bases, all of that in 9 years. So he set some Tampa Bay records that will be tough to break, although they have a couple of fellas like Longoria and the newcomer Myers who might very well be there long enough to do it. Sean Rodriguez 0 for 2 leads it off, and a strike. Rodriguez grounded to third, grounded to short, 0 for 2. Missed inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Capuano due to bat third in the 5th inning. Missed inside. Sean, who was signed by the Angels, facing Capuano, came up to the Angels in 08. Was with them 08 and 9, and went to the Rays 2010. 2-2 they count. Sean said that his father, who's a hitting coach, started teaching him how to swing the bat when he was 4 years old. And that's probably slapped into center, so that make his dad proud. Puig up with it. Long single. And the batter will be Ryan Roberts. Capuano has allowed 7 hits, 3 runs. Ryan Roberts struck out and then hit the fly ball to center field. Mark Ellis went running out, pointing, trying to help Puig, but Puig lost the ball. Then Schumacher tried to come from right field, straightaway right. He couldn't get it, overran the ball, and Roberts wound up with a double, but never scored. 1 ball and no strikes. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Tampa Bay. No runs, 4 hits, 1 error, and a couple of questionable plays for the Dodgers. Capuano is living dangerously because he has allowed the leadoff man to get on in each of the last 4 innings. Myers singled in the 2nd. Roberts pop fly double in the 3rd. Loney a single to left in the 4th. And now Roberts a single to center in the 5th. Capuano watching Rodriguez. Roberts with a 1-2 count. Well, it looks like he's going to grow that beard back. When he was called back to the Rays in June, he had shaved his beard, and a lot of his teammates didn't even recognize him. The reason he was at Durham, remember that movie, Bull Durham? Well, he was at Durham, and the club has rules, and the rule at Durham was you must shave your beard. And for him, it meant using a trimming machine and 2 razors. He said, I looked in myself in the mirror, I couldn't believe it. I hadn't seen my cheeks or my chin in 7 years. I must be quite a feeling. Then he Skyped his young daughter. She wouldn't even look at the phone because she kept saying, where's Daddy's beard? So I think he's on his way to growing it back. 2-2. 3-2. Capuano, just like Price, has had perfect control, no walks. Price has been on the edge several times as Longoria waits. 3-2. And a high fly ball to left. It's playable. Hairston. So Roberts a fly ball, 1 down, and Evan Longoria coming up.
Baseman number 3, Evan Longoria.
I'm sure he has asked the question a lot. Evan is not related to the actress. First round pick out of Cal State Long Beach. Interesting too for Evan. When he was a senior in high school, he was 5'10" and weighed 160 pounds. Throw gets away, but not far enough. Anyway, Longoria, as he stands at the plate, has gone from 5'10", 160. He is 6'2" and 220. Added all that during junior college. Change curve for a strike. 0-1. One of the things that Evan Longoria did in high school, you don't hear ball players doing it, but when he was in high school, he not only played baseball, he played water polo. And he feels the stamina, the strengthening of legs and arms really got him in shape. I guess maybe swimming is the best cardio that you can do, huh? One ball and 1 strike. 3-0 Tampa Bay. We're in the 5th. And a high drive into left center. Racing over to the wall is Puig. Plays it off the wall. And in a moment, there'll be runners at second and third. So a long double by Longoria sends Rodriguez to third. And the batter will be Will Myers. So Puig got that ball back in a hurry. That kind of a ball might very well score Rodriguez, but not tonight. So Longoria doubles, and the Bays now have runners at second and third. Puig played the carom, bare hands, got it back in. That stopped Rodriguez at third. For Longoria, his 26th double. Now with first base open, they will walk young Will Myers, who is 2 for 2. Though in a moment, the bases will be loaded, 1 out, and Ben Zobrist will be coming up. Three to nothing in favor of Tampa Bay. And in a moment, the Rays will have the bases loaded with 1 out. Zobrist, who is coming up, came into the game hitting .277. 7 home runs, 53 runs batted in. A switch hitter who has bigger numbers and far more power left-handed than right-handed.
Right field, number 18, Ben Zobrist.
So Zobrist checking in. Zobrist has 5 grand slams and the opportunity for another here. Rodriguez at third, Longoria at second, Myers at first, 1 out. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Rays, no runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Zobrist 0 for 2. 0-1. Capuano has now made 81 pitches, 19 in this inning. No balls and 1 strike. 1-1. A little anxious in the Dodger dugout. Not only the fact they're down and they're in trouble offensively, they have just 4 hits. They have not been able to get a man home. 1-1. And line drive base hit. So Rodriguez will score. They'll go station to station. The ball cut off by Adrian on the mound. So Rodriguez brings it in. That makes it 4-0. And the bases remain loaded. So Zobrist, a line drive single to center, a run batted in. Myers is now at second. Longoria at third. And Honeycutt to the mound. And Yunel Escobar coming up. Rays got 3 in the second and another here in the 5th, and they're looking for more. So Escobar, who got a lot of publicity when he came over. One reason, of course, he was going to a very colorful organization, the Atlanta Braves. We mentioned earlier he escaped Cuba along with 35 others on a small boat. It was a 25-footer. They found it on the Florida shoreline, and that's where he took up residency for several months. He was paid $475,000 by the Braves, and the first thing he had to do was pay $20,000 to the men who smuggled him out of Cuba. So that was in 04. Then in 07, his dad arrived, and then followed by his mom. So here he is with the bases loaded, way out in front, 0-1. Escobar without a slam, has singled, struck out. No balls and 1 strike. Longoria, Myers, and Zobrist out there. That's low on a check swing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dodgers have not had a winning record against the American League in interleague play since 2004. Fastball, wow, was that whacked into center. This time they're going to send into, and the throw is offline. Throw down to second. There's nobody covering first. So Zobrist gets back. So 2 more runs come in. Escobar singling Zobrist to third. And just like that, it's a 3-run inning, and it is 6-0 Tampa Bay. That line drive almost took Capuano's head off. So the Rays pushing the Dodgers around now. And James Loney will be next up. Dodgers had a man thrown out at the plate in the 4th inning. That's as close as they've come. And now here comes Mattingly with a hook, and that will do it for Capuano. So where he was victimized in the 2nd inning, loose defensive play by the Dodgers, this time in the 5th inning, he gives up 4 hits and a walk, at least 3 runs. The Rays now lead 6-0, and we'll be back. was last night. The Dodgers, after winning in St. Louis, took them a long time to get home. By the time they got their luggage and got home, most of them were getting to bed around 4:30 this morning. And let's face it, a lot of them played that way in the second inning. And the Dodgers gave up 3, and now finally in the 5th inning, the Rays come up with 3 more and break it open to lead 6-0. So a former Ray, J.P. Howell, is asked to get Loney. And that's no easy job. Loney single to drive in 2 and single, so he's 2 for 2. 10 home runs, 53 runs batted in. James hitting against left-handers and also on the road. And ball 1. Of course, the Dodgers know all about the fact that James can hit. They also know that Howell can pitch. Loney came into this game hitting .324 against left-handers, 3rd in the major league. But he's 2 for 2, so that average goes up. Came in here hitting .357 on the road. Fouled away. James learned the game from his dad, who is a former college player. Loney grew up in Houston and was a very fine pitcher in high school. In fact, a lot of scouts thought that Loney was a first-round draft choice as a pitcher. Well, he was a first-round pick by the Dodgers, 2002. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's a strike. Loney's best year with the Dodgers, it would have to be 2007. He had 15 home runs, 67 runs batted in, and he hit .331. And then he had 2 years in a row, 08 and 9, where he had 90 RBIs each year. James hitting .311. Escobar at first, Zobrist at third. Escobar has stolen 3, but he's been caught twice. Zobrist has stolen 9 out of 10. So they have a lot of speed over there at third. 1-2 to Loney. Fouled away. Six runs, 10 hits given up by Capuano. The runners at first and third also belong to Capuano. The Howell trying to bail him out. 1-2. There goes Escobar on ball 2, and there's no play. So Escobar steals second. Now first base open. Fedorovich settles into a crouch, and the infield has to play up. 2-2. Tom Foley off to talk to Zobrist coming down the line from third. Foul ball. In the inning, Rodriguez singled to center. Roberts flied out, but Longoria doubled. Then the walk to Myers to load the bases. Then Zobrist singled, Escobar singled, Escobar steals second, 6 runs charged to Capuano, as are the runners at second and third. 2-2. Laid off that pitch in the dirt. 3-2. Waiting on deck, Jose Molina. First base open, 3-2 count. And a high fly ball to shallow center. Puig coming all the way. He can just keep running to the infield. Runners are not going anywhere. So Loney, fly ball to very shallow center. 2 out. And the batter now will be Jose Molina. We can talk about it now so that when the next inning starts, you can take a look at it. Jose Molina is not only a fine catcher, he is rather remarkable at what they call framing. F-R-A-M-I-N-G. And really, framing is a euphemism for fooling the plate umpire by taking those pitches right on the corners, inside or out, and making them look like strikes. Well, they're going to walk him intentionally. Anyway, since the start of 2008, almost 14% of all the pitches thrown to Molina that were outside the strike zone have been called strikes. By far the highest rate among regular catchers. 14%. And we're talking since 2008. A lot of pitches. So he's the master. Well, Molina gets the walk. We'll watch him now in the bottom half of the inning. So the bases are loaded, 2 out, and David Price coming up. The Rays hoping that Price is right, that the bases loaded, 2 out. Zobrist, Escobar, and Molina. And a strike. Outfield shallow. Puig and Hairston very much so. Schumacher back a little bit. Price grounded out and struck out. That's a strike. 0-2. Dodgers are due to send up Fedorovich, Schumacher, and Howell when they hit in the bottom of the 5th inning. Rays with 3 in the 2nd and 3 in the 5th. And that'll do it. However, 9 men come to the plate. 3 left, 3 score. Howell walks off muttering, and it's 6-0 Rays. A reminder, the Dodgers and the Red Sox, that'll be August 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And you can be here as individual tickets for these games are still available. So don't miss your chance to see Big Papi, David Ortiz, Dustin Pedroia, and the Red Sox. Buy your tickets today at Dodgers.com/tickets. First place Red Sox, if you please, leading Tampa Bay by 2. Dodgers trying to somehow bounce back against a Cy Young Award winner who's leading 6-0 and has had them by the neck. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Tampa Bay, no runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Federovic, Schumacher, and Howell due to bat third unless they hit for him. For Chris Capuano, 5 of the 6 runs tonight were earned, as Mark Ellis and A.J. Ellis talk a little bit, but not much. So that Capuano's earned run in the last 9 starts, 0, 0, 5, 5, 0, 5, 0, 0, 5. Brandon League is up now, throwing in the Dodger bullpen, so they're probably going to hit for Howell. And David Price ready to go to work in the 5th inning. And starts with a strike. Gave up a single and a double in the 4th inning. Hairston tried to score from first and was cut down. Federovic flied to right in the 2nd inning, 0 for 1. One ball and 1 strike. David Price, as we mentioned, in 3 previous starts, allowed 1 run in each of the 3 games. He's improved on that so far tonight. Fastball, 2-2. Carl Crawford visiting Juan Uribe. Things otherwise pretty quiet down there. Two and 2. Another fastball. He's anywhere from 95 to 93, but then he'll throw that devastating change at about 83, and that has really given the hitters a bad time. Schumacher, who grounded out on deck, 0 for 1. And another 3-2 count. As we told you, he's only walked 1. You'd have to add up all the batters tonight. Whatever it is, he came in 202 batters, 1 walk. This is probably the 4th 3-2 count he's had. And that breaking ball is promptly whacked into left field, base hit. So a nice bit of hitting. Federovic get a breaking ball down and straighten it up.
Skip Schumacher.
And that'll bring up Skip Schumacher. Schumacher very much at home when the Dodgers were in St. Louis. He was a very popular player there. They called him Skippy. And he wore number 55, so when he came over here, when he had a chance to get 55, it reminded him of those happier days in St. Louis. And that's why he carries the number now. And ball one. Andre Ethier getting a helmet, coming out on deck. So Ethier will get the call to bat for J.P. Howell. So Howell made 15 pitches, and that'll be enough. They'll save him for another day. He is showing Evan Longoria, you got to have a lot of heart. Longoria gesturing back, beating his breast, as if say, up, heart, that's part of this game. Longoria from Downey is very much at home, and of course, J.P. Howell is very much at home having fun with his former teammates. J.P. Howell's the kind of a guy who would have fun with just about anybody. He is a very personable, happy man. Little pop fly coming in for it in a hurry is Miles, and Young Will makes the play. So Schumacher a pop fly, one away, and now Andre Ethier coming up with a runner at first, one out, fifth inning, 6-0 Tampa Bay. Myers really has to hustle.
Pitch hitting for Howell. Number 16, Andre.
Well, here's the announcement out on Andre Ethier. Myers playing center field. He would not be playing center field, I don't believe. Except the DL has claimed another fine player. That would be Desmond Jennings. Jennings is a remarkable center fielder, but he's out with a bad hand. Ball one. Andre hitting .270. Up against one tough hombre. Ethier against left-handers is hitting only .231. One ball, no strikes. Fastball in there. Even though he has gone 3-2 so often, Price has the ability to find that strike zone just when he needs it. Just off the corner. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. So he's up to 66 pitches. Remember, he's had 3 complete games this year. Each game, the pitch count under 100. Two balls and one strike. 2-2. Ethier in St. Louis yesterday, 0 for 4, did have a walk. Over the last 54 games, and we'll go back to June 6th, Andre's been hitting .309. Well, there's another 3-2 count. You keep thinking he's got to miss once, 3-2, but he hasn't up to now. If I had to guess, at least 5 3-2 counts. And a broken back ground ball. Escobar's on the bag over the first. Double play, and that's that. So no runs, 1 hit, nobody left. And at the end of 5, 6-0 Rays. He stole his 32nd base that day. He went on to steal 38 straight before he was finally caught by Gary Carter. But that was the year that Davey wound up stealing 77 bases, leading the Dodgers, especially against the Big Red Machine in Cincinnati. With that, let's go back to this one. Brandon League will come in and pick up the pieces now as we go to the 6th inning, 6-0 in favor of the Rays. David Price so far has made 69 pitches in 5 innings. So David Price sitting quietly. Matt Joyce comes out on deck. 1 ball and no strikes. So Brandon League facing Matt Joyce, who promptly fouls it away. Brandon League, you remember in St. Louis, jolted twice for home runs in the 9th inning. So now the Dodgers hoping he can get some work in. No pressure in this one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Matt Joyce, left-hand hitting outfielder, hitting for Rodriguez, who is 1 for 3. Matt's a Florida boy from Riverview. He's been very good as a pinch hitter. He has 5 pinch hits, and he carries some power, lifting a high fly ball to left center. Puig and Hairston. Whoa. You can understand why Hairston was worried on the fly ball in the 2nd inning. I mean, the wild horse is always close. You can see Hairston calling, but Puig is still looking. He didn't see or hear Hairston. Maybe Jerry wasn't calling, just holding his hand out. Puig didn't hear, but a near collision. So Joyce, fly ball to left, 1 down. Everybody knows he's here. 1 ball and no strikes. Ryan Roberts has struck out, doubled on a fly ball lost in the light sky and flied out. Six runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Rays. They are 12-5 against the National League. They started the night 2 games behind the Red Sox. They have their ace, the Cy Young winner, David Price, tonight. Joe Maddon, the likable, popular skipper of Tampa Bay. The bicyclist. You know, an interesting thing about Maddon, and it's a subject you could really talk about. Back in May, the Rays were playing Toronto, and Joe got angry, and he got kicked out of the game. And the next night, they beat the Jays 10-4, and Maddon got run again. And since he was chased in those back-to-back games, the Rays have gone 51-27. You wonder about what happens when a manager is ejected, what kind of effect it has on a team. For instance, last year, a manager was kicked out 80 times. Not Maddon, all the managers collectively. Roberts shaking his head no, but he's called out, and the battle will be Evan Longoria. Anyway, they did some study about Maddon and the Rays and how things turned around. They said in the games immediately following a managerial ejection, teams won at a .550 clip. Over the 5 games after tossing a team skipper, the winning percentage was again over .500. as opposed to an average of just under 500. Freddie Gonzalez, whose Braves won 9-1 following his 2 ejections. And the Rays 14-6 after Madden was kicked out. So a manager obviously can make a contribution even when he's being kicked out of the game. Longoria grounded a 3rd fly to right, doubled. Evan from Downey went to school at St. John Bosco in Bellflower. Terrific player. Six of his home runs have been hit against left-handers. 12 of his 22 home runs have been hit on the road. $11 of his home runs have been hit when the Rays are out in front. 7 when they're behind. Evan Longoria. Slow roller. It's Uribe. Good play because the ball didn't come up for him, and Juan was able to get down and make the play. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Brandon Lee, and we're heading to the bottom of the 6th. 6-0 Tampa Bay. We can take a look at the National League scoreboard, especially Arizona. Arizona had Patrick Corbin on the mound, and when he left, the D-backs were leading the Mets 4-2. Heath Bell gave up 2 runs in the 8th inning, and the Mets tied it. Corbin has nothing to do with it. Had he held on to pitch and win, he would have been 13-3. Cincinnati's Brandon Arroyo, a strong effort over San Diego. Colorado pounded the Pirates after 3 innings that led 10-1. Mercifully, that turned out to be the final score. And Baltimore leading the Giants 2-1. Brandon Belt and Hardy have hit a home runs. 7th inning. Giants 13 behind the Dodgers going into tonight's game. Pittsburgh, even though they're being pushed around, began the day 4 games in front of the Cardinals, and the Pirates had a 5-game winning streak snapped. 0-1 to Mark Ellis. So Ellis leads off with a base hit, and he is 2 for 3 against David Price. Say a reminder, tomorrow Fox Saturday Baseball returns. Game 2 between the Rays and Dodgers. Fox Saturday Baseball begins tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be Hernandez and Greinke. As we say, the feature of the series with the Rays, the fact that there is a Cy Young winner in each game. Price tonight, Greinke tomorrow, Kershaw on Sunday. Punto has singled and grounded out, 1 for 2. David Price has now made 72 pitches and a strike. 0-1 to Nick. Punto, as you know, a switch hitter, hitting only .220 left, .314 right. 1 home run, he hit it left. 0-1. Oh, 2. Price is not overpowering. He is pure pitcher. He has 2 strikeouts. He's a pure pitcher because he's throwing strikes, even though he has gone 3-2 to at least 5 hitters. He has not walked anybody. But mixing up a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball, the occasional slider, and that great changeup. Just off the plate. Dodgers have to look and think how hard they wanted him. They offered him $1 million. But he went on to school, and eventually it turned out to be a wise decision. When he went to Vanderbilt, he was pursuing a degree in sociology. Punto, who drives the ball to right field very well and singled on that kind of a pitch, this time comes up empty. It's only the 3rd strikeout for Price, and now Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez grounded out and struck out. By the way, in talking about David Price, and we mentioned the fact the Dodgers wanted to offer him $1 million, he turned it down. Well, he finally signed in 07. He signed for a $5.6 million bonus and an $8.5 million contract guarantee. Pretty smart move to go to Vanderbilt. Sounds like he was hanging out with Cornelius Vanderbilt to come up with those numbers. 2-0. (6-0) Tampa Bay. David Price, who struggled so much in the early going, he was 1-4, went on the DL. Should he win tonight, he'll be 6-1 since coming off the DL. High fly ball. It's playable. Myers right there. So 2 out in the 6th inning. And Yasiel Puig coming up. Grounded out and singled, 1 for 2. Tonight, a learning lesson for him. Amazing, hitting .378. Wow. Mattingly understands the situation. Patience, patience, and more patience. Now, the last time when Puig came up, we felt he had been smarting by a couple of bad plays that he made, and he swung so hard the first couple of pitches, like he wanted to kill the ball. That almost got him. Ball 1. That was a couple of purposeful swings that he took. Somewhat embarrassed. I think he wanted to answer back. But then he kind of settled in, took a couple of pitches, and singled to right field. 1 ball and no strikes. Oh, the changeup. Oh, the dreaded change. Great pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. It just dies. 83 miles an hour. Fastball at 95. You can see the consternation on the faces of the hitters. 1-1. And that's driven down the line, but it's hooking and will go foul by a lot. 1-2. Puig with 11 home runs, 25 RBIs. He has walked 19 times, and he has struck out 58 times. Fly ball, and that's all it is. Matt Joyce is out there now, and that's the inning. A leadoff single by Ellis and nothing else. And at the end of 6, it remains 6-0 Tampa Bay. Is hurt. He's also had a couple of base hits, and he made a very nice running catch on that little flare into shallow center. Will making the catch and then making sure that he didn't buckle that wrist. He rolled the glove over. Remember the other night, you might have seen Yasiel Puig have that wrist buckle underneath. Boy, that's dangerous. So here's young Will, hitting .344. 8 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Came over in a deal with Kansas City, and he figures to be in Tampa Bay for a long time. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tampa Bay came in here having won 66 games, 2 more than the Dodgers. Last year, Tampa Bay set an unenviable record. They were the first team ever to win 90 games, but finished last in the major leagues in attendance. Two and one to count. Big bouncer to Uribe. So one away. 4 in a row retired by Brandon League. And the batter will be Zobrist. A reminder, tonight USAA would like to pay special recognition to all of our service members at home and abroad. We owe them so much. Oh and 1 to count, one away, 7th inning, 6-0 Tampa Bay. Dodgers have had one man thrown out at the plate. It's about as close as you can get to scoring without scoring. Zobrist reached on an error, reached on a fielder's choice, and singled to drive in a run. Chopper right to Gonzalez for the second out. 2 down, and Yuniel Escobar, the shortstop, coming up. You know, Escobar earlier this year, he set a Tampa Bay shortstop club record. He went 53 games without an error. He also has a base hit tonight. Evan Longoria went 42 straight during the same stretch. The Rays have gone 9 games without an error. So far, they're errorless. Tampa Bay has only 40 errors this year. That's second best in the big league. The best team, certainly on paper, fewest errors, Baltimore, only 34. That's a strike. So Brandon League has gotten 5 in a row. One ball and 2 strikes. And that's going to go foul. We were talking before about the debt that we owe servicemen and women around the world. They saluted a Marine Corps corporal tonight before the game who lost both legs over in the Middle East. He won a Purple Heart, the Global War on Terrorism medals. Led his Marines in combat operations. His last name is either, and I'm not sure the pronunciation, Ivan Chan or Even Chan. First name Bradley. Talk about being honored to have him here. Wow. All right, the Rays are done in the 7th. League has retired 6 in a row. And at the end of 6.5, 6-0 Tampa Bay. Dodger Baseball on Prime Ticket is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. By Toyota's nationwide clearance event. You can save big on every Toyota car, truck, and SUV. By CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. And by Captain Morgan. Raise your glass, always in moderation. Tampa Bay has been leading since the second inning when they scored 3. They came up with 3 more in the 5th, so they're leading handily 6-0 behind a performance of David Price, who has breezed, has made 83 pitches, and he goes to work now in the bottom of the 7th inning, and it'll be Hairston, Uribe, and Fedorovich. Final score, Arizona defeated the Mets 5-4. So after blowing a 4-2 lead in the 8th inning and having the Mets tie it, Arizona came back in the 9th inning, and Paul Goldschmidt hit his second career walk-off home run to win it 5-4. So the Dodgers came home with a 5.5 game lead, and unless they do a remarkable turnabout, Arizona will pick up a game in the standings for the first time in quite a while, and the Dodger lead would be cut to 4.5. 2-0 the count to Hairston. Fly to left, hit into a force play, and was thrown out at the plate, trying to score from first on a double by Juan Uribe. That was back in the 4th inning. 2 balls and no strikes. Now Price, who's been 3-2 in about a half a dozen hitters, for the first time is 3-0. ...224 batters, he's walked 1, and now here's the second walk. Remember the Twitter poll question about should the games be played with a DH here at Dodger Stadium, interleague? Look at that. 75% said no. That is really interesting for certainly those who feel the DH is so important. Fans say no. All right, here's Uribe, grounded out, double to right. Hairston held on by Loney. And a strike. If you're wondering about the closer for Tampa Bay, it's Fernando Rodney. That's popped in the air behind the plate. Molina coming to the screen. Can't make it. Oh, and 2. Oh, balls and 2 strikes to Juan Uribe. Reason we mentioned Fernando Rodney, he had 48 saves last year, and he has 27 saves already this year. Was leading 6-0. They might not have to go to him. 0-2. One and 2. With that walk to Jerry Hairston, that meant that Price went 35 and the 3rd inning without allowing a walk. And he's walked 2 men in about 225 batters. Imagine. 2. Missed with the breaking ball. 2-2. David Price, looking every bit like the Cy Young Award winner that he is. Little ground ball gobbled up by Longoria, who throws it into right field. It's backed up by Zobrist, and the runners hold. So Longoria hurrying to try and start a double play. Lets one fly. Roberts breaking to cover at the bag. Longoria throws on the run and threw it inside. You can see Roberts desperately trying to get a glove on it, but he couldn't come close. For Longoria, that would be his 7th error. And we were just talking about defense. It is the first error in 10 games for the Rays. Their 41st error of the year. That's all. To put that in perspective, the Dodgers have made 81 errors, twice as many as Tampa Bay. All right, 2 on, nobody out. Here's Fedorovich. Fastball fouled away. He cut that loose at 94. He hadn't thrown that hard in a little bit. His pitch count now at 93. Six to nothing in favor of Tampa Bay. The Dodgers get a break. 2 on now. Fedorovich, Schumacher, and then the pitcher's spot. Little ground ball. Longoria to second for 1. They turn it for 2. So Hairston winds up at third. Fedorovich hits into the double play. And with 2 out, the batter is Skip Schumacher. So Longoria, who made a bad play, now makes a very good one. And Roberts turns it easily. 5, 4, 3, 2 down. Atta boy. So here's Skip Schumacher, grounded to third, fly to center, 0 for 2. 6 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for Tampa Bay. No runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. A.J. Ellis out on deck. He would bat for lead. Carlos Marmol throwing down in the Dodger bullpen. Dodgers get a runner at third. They have had the same man out at the plate. And this one's down the line. Base hit. The run finally comes in. Shu on his way. And he's in there with a double. But it's on the heels of a double play. So the Dodgers get a run with 2 out. So it took the error by Longoria to open it up, and the Dodgers finally cash it in with the double by Schumacher. Hanley Ramirez is coming out of the dugout, and he's going to come up and swing the bat. We wondered if and when Hanley would be able to swing the bat, and he's going to swing it, or at least try right now. Remember, Hanley was chasing a wind-blown foul ball in Chicago. Made the catch as he negotiated the Cub bullpen, but then he hit that low brick wall, went head over the wall, and I would guess he tried to brace his fall with his right hand, extending the right arm, and jammed his shoulder. So he hadn't played since. Jim Hickey out there, the pitching coach, talking to Price about how they want to pitch Ramirez. Well, it'll be an experimental at bat for Hanley Ramirez. Hanley hitting .361. He has 11 home runs, 37 runs batted in. Trying to get Schumacher home from second base. So David Price against Hanley Ramirez. 2 out, 1 run in. The Rays lead 6-1. A little interested looking out at Will Myers in center field. They're leading by 5. Myers has come up a bit so that he might have a play at the plate on a base hit with 2 out. Fastball strike came in at 93. So he's throwing right at that level after 97 pitches. In the inning, Hairston walked. Uribe hit one to Longoria, who threw it away for an error. Fedorovich hit into a double play. But Schumacher doubles in the run, brought in by Hairston. And for the first time tonight, they begin to throw in the bullpen. Jake McGee, a left-hander, going to work. No balls and 1 strike to Hanley. In the dirt, squirts behind Molina. So over to third goes Schumacher. Whoops. Shoes steps on the bag and slips. It'll be a wild pitch, allowing Schumacher to take third. Big sigh from David Price. That was his 3rd wild pitch. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Hanley Ramirez. Comes back with that great changeup. It's not only the difference in speed from 94, 95 to 83. It's the fact that he throws it with exactly the same delivery. And almost all of his changes are a little down and away. 1 and 2. Well, that'll do it for Hanley against one of the better pitchers in the game. The big question is, Hanley okay after swinging the bat? Dodgers get one and trail 6-1. In fact, in retrospect, maybe it's just as well you didn't see it. Dodgers, who were without sleep, admittedly, and they played very poorly in the second inning, so the Rays picked up 3. And then in the 5th inning, the Rays used the bat hard, scored 3 more. David Price has made 99 pitches in 7 innings, allowing 1 run, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. He's just been brilliant. And ex-Dodger James Loney came back. He's 2 for 3 with a couple of runs batted in. In fact, Loney had another golden chance. He came up with first and third and 1 out in the 5th, and a little pop fly to shallow center. So meanwhile, his teammates congratulating David Price, who's gotten them through 7. Brandon League worked 2 innings, made 28 pitches. By the way, we were talking about this game where the Dodgers, should they lose, Arizona won, and the Dodger lead would be cut to 4.5 games. Tampa Bay started the night 2 games behind the Red Sox, and Kansas City defeated Boston 9-6. So Tampa Bay can get within 1. Meanwhile, Carlos Marmol coming in. Carlos from Bonao in the Dominican Republic, originally signed by the Cubs. Accustomed to crowds. He has 7 brothers and 2 sisters. And Loney, 2 for 3, fouls it away. So Loney, they thought would be a first-round pick as a pitcher in high school. Marmol, they thought would be a catcher outfielder. And for Loney, his 3rd hit. And again, I remind you, I was thinking about it today. The Dodgers traded Babe Herman from Brooklyn to Cincinnati. Cincinnati came to Brooklyn. Babe Herman now in a Reds uniform, and he hit for the cycle. Tried single, double, triple, and home run. Well, Loney hasn't hit for the cycle, but he has 3 for 4. Not bad at all. Now the batter is Jose Molina. Molina is 0 for 2 with a walk. Ball 1. Talking about Cincinnati, Marmol actually had a tryout as a catcher with the Reds, then tried out with the Cubs. Jose 0 for 2. Marmol basically fastball, curve, change, and a slider. James Loney continues his fantastic hitting. He came into this game hitting .357 on the road, and James has 3 more hits. So Loney putting on a show everywhere he goes on the road. 1 ball, 1 strike to Molina. Big crowd on hand tonight. Fireworks show Friday night following the game. Paid attendance 51,083. 51083. Luke Scott, a left-hand batter, comes out on deck. So it looks like David Price will be done for the night. David now puts the hooded light windbreaker on, so that's a sure sign. That's a strike. So David Price went 7, made 99 pitches, allowed 1 run. The run was set up because of the error by Evan Longoria. Otherwise, he has the Dodgers shut out for 7. Three and 2 the count. Loney at first, held on by Gonzalez. He's not going on ball 4. So a base hit and a walk, and Luke Scott coming up. Luke Scott has 4 pinch hits coming off the bench. He's also a fellow who hit for the cycle back in 2006. The home run that he hit during that cycle was his first in the major leagues. Luke is from De Leon Springs in Florida, still lives there, went to school at Oklahoma State. Little crackback ground ball. Marmol gets 1, and they get 2. So a nice defensive play by Carlos Marmol, and Loney winds up at third. So 2 out, and Matt Joyce will be coming up. Matt Joyce appeared as a pinch hitter and fly to left field in the second inning. Sean Rodriguez was 1 for 3 while he was in there. Right, 0-1. I realize he's already hit into a double play, but it's an interesting note on Luke Scott. In spring training, he showed up with the head of a wild boar, and he brought it into the spring training clubhouse. The stuffed head, complete with tusks, sat next to his locker. When they asked him, how did you kill this wild boar? He said, I used a Zulu spear. And actually the boar was charging him, and he speared him. Anyway, I couldn't let that go by. He wasn't up there at the plate long enough to tell the story. Meanwhile, 2-2 the count to Matt Joyce. Two balls, 2 strikes. On deck, Ryan Roberts. Six to 1 in favor of the Rays. We're in the 8th inning. Dodgers have used Capuano, Howell, League, and Marmol. And that's a line drive, and that'll be that. So no runs, a hit and a walk, and 1 left. And at the end, it's 7.5, 6-1 Tampa Bay. MLB.com at bat. That's the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Dodger baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit Dodgers.com for details. David Price, after 7 brilliant innings, allowed 1 run, 4 hits, a walk, struck out 4, made 99 pitches, and they give the ball to Jake McGee. Born in San Jose, lives in Reno, Nevada, and was originally a 5th-round pick by the Devil Rays back in 2004. Coming out of high school, he was very much on the lean side, but he's built himself up, put on 40 pounds at one time, and he is now 6'3", 230. Good fastball, slider, and a change. Mark Ellis, the first to test him, and a strike. Ellis grounded to third, single to center, single to left. And that misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. By the way, the Atlanta Braves won their 14th straight, 5-0 over Miami. And that was the return of Brandon Beachy. He went 8 scoreless innings for his first win in 15 months. You might not remember, but Brandon had Tommy John surgery. So that's all the Braves needed, another healthy pitcher. Braves have now won 71 games. That's the most in the big leagues. They were leading Washington by 15 and a half, and they've now won 14 straight. Detroit, over in the American League, has won 12 straight. I don't know what happened to them. They lost. Okay. So Detroit finished at 12, and the Braves, thanks to the Waffle House, have won 14 straight. You know that story, don't you? That they opened up a store in the new ballpark serving waffles and things that people love, and it's apparently a very famous Waffle House. And from the moment that store opened up, the Braves are winning. They are not waffling their way. 1-2 to Mark Ellis. Six to 1 Rays, bottom of the 8th. Dodgers have scored 1. They've had 1 man cut down at the plate. They not really ever had a rally against David Price. Had it not been for Evan Longoria's error in the 7th inning, Dodgers would not have done anything then. So Price was tremendous. Cy Young Award winner, and he was everything you heard about him. 1-2. Ellis, Punto, Gonzalez. If anybody gets on, Puig. Another foul ball. Jake McGee was on the DL back in 2008. He had Tommy John surgery by Dr. James Andrews, so he missed the rest of the year. 2009, he spent the first half of that year rehabbing from Tommy John surgery, so he's paid the price. Two and two. For McGee, basically fastball and slider. His curveball never came along, and they weren't happy with his changeup. I could just imagine McGee having trouble with a changeup, talking to David Price, trying to learn how to throw it, and yet just can't quite learn it. Three and two. Fastball hit to left down the line. Here comes Joyce, and the ball lands foul. That's one of the problems when you've never played here and you get in the game late. Matt Joyce racing to the line might have had a play had he had more experience here. Three and two. For Ellis, typically a lengthy at bat as Joyce looks on. This will be the 11th pitch in the at bat. And he won. So Ellis fights his way to a walk, opening up matters in the 8th. And now Nick Punto, who singled to right, grounded to short, and struck out. Adrian Gonzalez hitting back of him, and ball one. And immediately Jim Hickey says, hold everything. I want to talk to that left-hander. You're leading by 5 and you come in and walk the first man you face and then immediately miss on the next pitch. Of course, it's one thing to say walking the first man you face, but remember, that was an 11 pitch at bat.
Everybody clap your hands.
All right, Jim has laid down the law. McGee trying to put it in practice. Josh Lukey begins to throw in the bullpen, right-handed. Or at least Lukey is going to begin to watch. One ball and no strikes. 1-1. And another strike. Good pitch by McGee. 1-2. Gonzalez 0 for 3 on deck. Two and two. That fastball came up there at 97. McGee, as we said, 6'3", 230. So you kind of expect him to throw hard. Fouled away. Two balls and two strikes the count. McGee coming into this season, his career record was 10-4 and an earned run average of 2.7. This year he's 2-3. That was 97. So basically fastball slider. To throw 97, you know, he certainly recovered from Tommy John surgery. Fastball 97 and down goes Punto. One away. I guess every pitcher who undergoes Tommy John surgery has the same bit of philosophy. They remember that Tommy John won more games after the surgery than he had won before it. And in asking Dr. Job, Frank Job, who invented the operation. What's the difference? The quick recovery time now. Frank said the operation is exactly the same, but the rehab has improved tremendously. Ground ball to the hole. Nice pick. The play is for first as Roberts takes a hit away. Advancing to second is Mark Ellis and Yasiel Puig coming up. So Gonzalez goes 0 for 4. That slows down the Dodgers. And now let's see what Joe does. Joe's not talking to the plate umpire. He tells the first base umpire, Paul Nellert, who he wants. Joe Madden, we mentioned earlier, likes to ride the bicycle. When he was the pitching coach with the Angels, Joe would take the bicycle on the road and travel, let's say, all over Boston on the bike. We'll be back right after this. There are several things about baseball you take for granted. One of them is running the bases, and yet when you learn to run the bases, you learn to hit the side of the base, not the top of the base. Case in point, Will Myers, top of the base, ball down. You hit the top of the base in your loney, you stumble. You hit the top and you skid like Ryan Roberts. You hit the top and you stumble again by Schumacher. The last thing you want to do is hit the top of the bag. Welcome to the club. Messrs. Myers and Loney and Roberts and Schumacher. And, of course, they all know better. All right, let's find out a little bit about Josh Lukey. Schumacher quietly in the dugout, and Puig checks in at the plate. Josh is 6'5" and 220, 28 years old, out of Covington, Kentucky, just across the river from Cincinnati. Big breaking ball, ball one. Lukey is a hunter and a fisherman. He's planning a wedding with his fiancée the middle of November at Disney World. Went to school at St. Catherine's College. Josh Lukey. So breaking ball and fastball, and that fastball is 96. So boy, they bring in some guys after the starter is hanging out at 94 and an occasional 95. McGee comes in and throws 97, and Lukey hits 96. 2-0. Slice down the line, racing over Zobrist in the corner, can't make the play. It bounces in for a ground rule double. Mark Ellis, who was at second base, scores. That makes it 6-2. So Puig comes up with his second hit, a bouncing double into the stands in the right field corner. Fastball. He went down to get it. Drives it to right. I think he thought it might have enough at first. Zobrist comes over, jams on the brakes, and it bounces in. So it is 6-2 Tampa Bay, as Ellis with that 11-pitch at bat is cashed in. 2-out double by Puig brings up Hairston. Hairston flied to left, hit into a force play, walked, and scored the other run. Foul back. I wondered why Lukey heaved that big sigh. We had that close-up of him before he made the pitch to Puig, closed his eyes, heaved a sigh. Now I know why. He was just called up to the big leagues today. Today. Welcome to the club. 0-1. Slider, 1 ball, 1 strike. Lukey has spent 7 years in the minor league. And he was at Durham. And fastball missed. That was 95. 2-1 the count to Jerry Hairston. Puig at second with 2 out. And the Rays lead 6-2. Not that he would think about it down by 4. But Puig looks over and Longoria is so far away from third. You talk about the door being open. He's learned a little bit about making an out at third. Ball 3. That took the hair off the knuckles. That was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Waiting on deck, Juan Uribe. Three and 1. And fouled away. Josh Lukey battling Jerry. Lukey took the place of Kyle Farnsworth, who is designated for assignment. And Josh is now on the active roster. This will be the 3rd time he's been called up. Well, it's not that he's a rookie, but still, he's battling to stay in the big leagues. 3 and 2. Time, no pitch, no pitch. You can watch Hairston, see him holler time, and the plate umpire, Angel Hernandez, said, "You got it." Anytime a hitter requests it, automatically the umpires give it. It's too dangerous. If the hitter's saying time and he's not really ready, then you got somebody throwing 95. Dangerous indeed. And he missed with the fastball. And that was 96. So Hairston is on twice with walks. And now Madden could use that bicycle. He's going back out there again. That's the last thing that Lukey wanted to do. Come in, face one hitter and walk. Joe Peralta, a right-hander, throwing in the bullpen. He'll be coming in, and we'll be back. Shortstop was released and then converted to the pitcher's mound while playing amateur ball in the Dominican, and was signed for the second time by the Angels. Was one of the things they found out about him in March of 2002, that he was 4 years older than he said he was, so he aged from 22 to 26 in a hurry. Joe Madden calls him El Campeón, the Spanish for the champion. Quite a competitor. Peralta is 5'11", 200-pounder. Facing Uribe. And ball one. And he starts him at 81. Joe Madden thinks that Peralta will be a fine pitching coach one day if he wants to be. Basically, he throws a splitter, pretty ordinary fastball, and a slider. 1 ball and no strikes. In the dirt, 2-0. Well, we'll see about the art. Remember we talked about Jose Molina framing pitchers, trying to take pitchers that are off the corner and pull them to make them look like strikes. Well, they could use a little magic behind the plate from Molina right now. 2 walks and a double in the inning. 2-0. Uribe with dreams of hitting that one out. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two on. Puig at second, Hairston at first with 2 out. Missed with the fastball. So McGee started and walked a hitter. Lukey came in and walked a hitter, and Fedorovich on a 3-1 count is thinking about suddenly representing a potential tying run. 3-1. And foul back.
Everybody clap your hands.
90-mile-an-hour fastball. So after looking at the other pitchers, Price and McGee and Lucci, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball is closer to a change. Price was throwing his changeup at 83. They say the splitter is his out pitch, but 3-2, 2-out runners going. We'll see about a splitter being the out pitch. Runners go, and it's going to go into right field, base hit. They will send in the run. Stopping at third is Hairston, and now it's 6-3 in favor of the Rays as Uribe singles to right. Now let's see. Carl Crawford is going to come up, and he will bat for Fedorovich. There's still 2 out. When the inning started, Mark Ellis had an 11-pitch at bat and walked. Punto struck out, Gonzalez grounded out, and then Puig doubled to right. McGee walked Hairston. Uribe now singles a run. So the Dodgers are now down 6-3. And here is Crawford, who spent 9 years wearing a Rays uniform, batting for Fedorovich. Earlier, we rolled off all the various team records that Crawford set while he was down there. So first and third, 2 out. That run and a little flare. It's the shortstop Escobar, and that's it. So Crawford pops it up. The Dodgers get 2, and at the end of 8, 6-3 Tampa Bay. Comfortably 3-0 and 6-0. Dodgers making a couple of late changes in Chargers to make it 6-3. A reminder, the pitching for the next 2 games and daytime Tomorrow at 1:05, it'll be Hernandez against another Cy Young winner, Zach Greinke. And then on Sunday at 5 o'clock, it'll be Hellickson and Kershaw. And, of course, Clayton has the award as well. And we saw David Price starting and pitching 7 strong innings tonight. So it is 6-3 in favor of Tampa Bay. A.J. Ellis behind the plate, picking up for Fedorovich. Roberts, Longoria, and Myers in that order against Carlos Marmol. Roberts 1 for 4. A fly ball lost in the pale sky by Puig and went for a double. Ball 1. Marmol gave up a base hit and a walk, but he got a double play and then a line drive out. One and one. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th inning, they'll have Schumacher, then Marmol's spot, and Mark Ellis. They have D. Gordon, the only available position player to come off the bench and swing the bat. And you always think of somebody like Zach Greinke, who is also a possible pinch hitter. 1-2 to Ryan Roberts, hitting .244. 2-2. Inside and outside, and Marmol goes 3-2. Don Mattingly was talking about Marmol before the game. Don said he's getting better. We want to keep getting him in the game when we can. Ball's coming out pretty good, and he's been working very hard. Confidence is getting there. Ground ball smothered at short, but Punto can make a play. He didn't have a grip. Unable to throw the ball. So it'll be a single for Ryan Roberts, and the batter will be Evan Longoria. Here's the effort, and then no grip. So a base hit to short. Longoria grounded to third, flied to right, doubled off the left center field wall, grounded to third, and for good measure committed an error. And a strike. When Longoria was at Long Beach, they thought he'd be a pretty good shortstop, but they already had one by the name of Troy Tulowitzki. So that was a pretty good left side of a college infield. Tulowitzki at short, Longoria at third. 1 ball and 1 strike. When Longoria was playing at St. John Bosco, he was using an aluminum bat, and he finally went to the Cape Cod League. That's where all the good college players go on the East Coast. And he had never used a wooden bat in competition until he went to the Cape Cod League. And all he did was lead the league in home runs, RBIs. He was the most valuable player, and the scouts all of a sudden said, wait a minute, what have we got here? Nice save by A.J. 3-1 to count. Waiting on deck, Will Myers. 3-1. Longoria's had a lot of home runs for Tampa Bay. He had 33 in 09, 31 in 11. He has 22 right now. Way off the plate. So Marmol gives up the single, then the walk. Though he's faced 6 batters, 3 of them, well, 4 of them, 2 walks and 2 singles. So in the bullpen, Ronald Belisario is warming up, and they're not going to waste any more. So that'll do it for Marmol. He struggled when he came in, and he'll come out, and we'll be right back. Inning with runners at first and second and nobody out. And just as the Dodgers pulled a little bit closer, now the Rays, leading by 3, have 2 on, nobody out, and Myers, Zobrist, and Escobar coming up. Will Myers has been on base 22 straight games, including tonight. He has 2 hits. He was walked intentionally, grounded out, made a good diving catch of a fly ball in shallow center. Myers has also scored a couple of runs and hitting .342. So 2 on, Roberts and Longoria. 9th inning, 6-3 Tampa Bay. Nobody out. And a strike. Belisario trying to restore order. He has walked 20 and struck out 40. However, he's allowed more hits than innings pitched. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So without looking at wins and losses and earned run average, you take the combination of the ratio of strikeouts to walks and hits and innings pitched. You can see a pitcher is struggling, and Belisario is 4-6. 1-2. Myers hurt himself a little on that swing. One and two. Still not ready. .6'3", 205 pounds, 22 years old. 1-2. He won't be 23 until about the middle of December. He's having a great rookie year. Signed in 09 by the Royals, traded by the Royals here. Spent 60 some odd games at Durham, and they brought him up, and he's just been very impressive. They brought him up when Desmond Jennings went down. They needed a center fielder, and although Will is not really a center fielder, they experimented with him. The Royals tried him as a catcher, then they tried him in the outfield, then they tried him at third base, but the Rays need him in center while Jennings is out. 2-2. Got it. Well, Belisario gets the first out, taking care of Myers. Now the batter, Ben Zobrist, reached on an error, got on a fielder's choice, singled and grounded out. Yunel Escobar on deck. And slapped down the line, foul. 0-1. Ben Zobrist's wife, Juliana, is an accomplished singer and songwriter. She's had 2 CDs. The latest one came out in April of last year. 0-1. And a strike. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Chopper to Adrian. He'll take it to the bag. The runners move up. So with 2 out, runners at second and third, and Yunel Escobar coming up. So Roberts reaching third. Longoria to second. Escobar is 2 for 4. Scored 1, knocked in 1. He has a stolen base as well. 2 singles and 3 ribbies. And a strike. Six-3 Tampa Bay. We're in the 9th inning. Escobar with 47 runs batted in, 8 home runs. 1 ball and 1 strike. To repeat, when the Dodgers come up, they have Schumacher. The only position player to swing the bat now is D. Gordon, and then Mark Ellis. 1-1. Little roller, going to be a tough play. Uribe gobbles, throws, and gets him. Nice play by Juan. So despite a base hit and a walk with nobody out, the Rays fail to score, and we're heading for the bottom of the 9th. 6-3 Tampa Bay. Joe Madden rearranging the furniture defensively. First of all, Ben Zobrist, who was in right field, moves over to left field. Sam Fuld takes over in center field. And Will Myers, who had been in center field, moves over to right. On the mound is Fernando Rodney. Anybody who knows Fernando certainly knows one thing. He can screech like an eagle. In fact, he makes such a great sound that the teammates are forever asking, give us the eagle sound. He'll do it in the bullpen. Anyway, he not only makes a good eagle sound, he's quite a pitcher. 48 saves last year. A few years ago with Detroit in 2009, he had 37 saves. He's one of those fellows who, in his earlier days, he was told he would never make it because he was too small. He was 5'9". He grew to be 5'11", and he's a good, 215 pounds. His father's name was Ulysses, but the name was Ulises. His dad died 11 years ago, but on his glove, you will see the name Ulysses as a reminder and also a motivator. And if you look inside his hat, they say there's a photo of his young son, Fernando Jr., who was born in 2005. So, Fernando Rodney, a bit of a character from Samana in the Dominican Republic. Comeback Player of the Year in 2012. There's another award you might not have heard of. They call it the Delivery Man of the Year award. Major League Baseball panel, and he won that award as well. 2-0 the count. D. Gordon, the only man left, is out on deck. One and two. Rodney played a pivotal role in the Dominican Republic's undefeated run towards claiming its first World Baseball Classic title in March of this year. He made 8 appearances. He had 7 saves, allowed no runs, 7 in the third innings. He struck out 8. That's a flare, and that's going to drop. In fact, it's going to get through the gap. Fuld backs it up nicely. So a leadoff single by Schumacher, and that'll bring up D. Gordon. Say a reminder, Dodgers Live coming up right after the game. So the Dodgers suddenly have 10 hits. They scored 1 run in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and now here is Gordon batting for Belisario. D. Gordon having been called up in 2 games and 3 for 7. Down by 3, and with the infield fairly back, you wonder if Gordon wouldn't try to bunt his way aboard with Mark Ellis on deck. Longoria now comes up a little bit on the edge of the grass. 0-1. Dodgers now are trying to return the favor. Remember earlier we talked about the fact Tampa Bay had the leadoff man get on base in 4 straight innings from the 2nd into the 5th. The Dodgers now have had 5 straight leadoff men get on. 0-2 the count to Gordon. Down goes Gordon on 3 pitches. So 1 away. And now the leadoff man, Mark Ellis.
Mark Ellis.
I don't know if he'll do it tonight or not, but they say that Rodney has a somewhat famous ritual of shooting an imaginary arrow into the air after getting the final out of a game he's closing. So with the sound of an eagle screeching, he'll shoot the imaginary arrow, and that'll be that. 1 out, 9th inning, 6-3 Tampa Bay. Mark Ellis had an 11-pitch at bat, reached on a walk in the 8th inning and scored. He's in a hole now, 0-2. Rodney, and we were talking about the important figures, 29 walks, 63 strikeouts, so that's better than 2-1. And fewer hits than innings pitched. Only 37 hits, 46 innings. So you figure he's winning, and his record, sure enough, 4-2. Mark Ellis, who played 4 years at the University of Florida, trying to do some damage against Tampa Bay. And he hits a fly ball to left, racing over to Zobrist. A diving try, can't make it. The ball rolls loose. They will send Schumacher home. Into third goes Ellis, and it is 6-4 Tampa Bay with 1 out in the 9th. So Mark Ellis hits one down the left field line and will go as a triple, and a run batted in. His third hit. Scoring from first is Schumacher. So the Dodgers hiding in the weeds all night. They were buried 3-0 and 6-0. Then they got a run in the 7th inning to make it 6-1. They got 2 in the 8th to make it 6-3. Now they get 1 in the 9th, 6-4. And they have a runner at third, as Zobrist could not make the diving catch. So Madden has rearranged the outfield, and the batter is Nick Punto with a runner at third, 1 out. Adrian Gonzalez on deck, and that sliced down the left field line. Fair ball. In comes the run by Ellis. At second is Punto. It is 6-5 Tampa Bay, and the tying run is at second base with 1 out. Boy, Punto hit that hard. Zobrist had no chance to catch up to it. Played the carom well enough. So 6 runs, 12 hits for Tampa Bay. 5 runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers. With Adrian Gonzalez and Yasiel Puig back to back. And the tying run at second base. So the Dodgers trying to find the magic. They gave them 15 straight victories on the road. They gave them a 7-1 road trip coming home. Certainly not getting much sleep, getting to bed around 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. And now they're waking up in the last 3 innings. So a big at-bat for Adrian Gonzalez, who is 0 for 4, trying to pick up an RBI that would tie up the game before 51,083. Ball 1. 1-0. That first pitch. Down and dirty. Ground foul. 1-1. One ball and 1 strike, Adrian. Gonzalez batting .290. The Fleet's in. One and one. And line drive down the line. Fair ball. In comes Pronto to tie it up. Adrian into second base with a double, and we are even 6-6. In the inning, a single by Schumacher, and with one out, Mark Ellis triple, Nick Punto double, Adrian Gonzalez double, and here comes Yasiel Puig. Adrian hitting the ball below the knees and hooks it for a double. They're not going to pitch to Puig. They'll walk him intentionally. The winning run is already out there at second base. And the batter will be Jerry Hairston. 6-6 with a 3-run ninth. For the Dodgers, it's as simple as 1, 2, 3. 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th to tie. So there'll be no screeching eagles. There'll be no imaginary arrow going up into the sky. Not now. In the Dodger bullpen, Kenley Jansen begins to warm up. So they take the bat out of Puig's hands. And now it's up to Hairston. One away. Jerry hitting .248. Hairston with those 3 walk-off hits. Punto, Ellis, Kershaw on the rail. More importantly, Adrian Gonzalez at second. Of course, that brings up a point. The Dodgers have used all the position players. Adrian basically is a station-to-station runner. Oh, and 1 you count to Jerry Hairston. Comebacker. A bad throw. Here comes the winning run, and the magic is here even at home. For the Dodgers to win it, 7 runs, 13 hits, and 1 error. For Tampa Bay, 6 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors. And the second one, the throwing error by Rodney. It wasn't close as he throws to the wrong man. First of all, covering second base. It was a throw to the shortstop. He threw it behind the second baseman. So Adrian scores easily, and the Dodgers go 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and believe it or not, 4 in the 9th, and win it 7-6. And after Arizona had that tough game to beat the New York Mets 5-4, where Arizona thought finally they would pick up a game on the Dodgers pull this one out and remain 5.5 in front. Hanley Ramirez soaking a few people, I believe, including Puig and others. Stay tuned for Dodgers Live coming up next. Good night, everybody.
A huge walk-off win here tonight at Dodger Stadium. Adrian Gonzalez scoring the winning run. Tell me, what was going through your head as you were rounding third?
I was just glad the ball was far enough that they weren't going to throw me out there. It was a great comeback, great win for us. Thanks all y'all for staying out here. You knew we were going to battle till the end, and we did, and we got this one.
This crowd got louder and louder as the game progressed. First game back from a long road trip is always the toughest. How did you guys regain focus after a sluggish start?
Well, David Price is a great pitcher, so it was tough getting it going against him. But, we knew if we stayed in there, we were going to have a chance. And, once they got the bullpen in there, even though they're really good pitchers, we knew we were going to battle, and, we did.
The good times keep rolling here at Dodger Stadium. The fans have been loud all night. How do you guys keep this momentum going? You've had success on the road. Keep it going here in this series, here in this homestand.
Yeah, that's a tough team, but you know what? We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep going, and, we're here for all the way.
All right, thanks a lot, Adrian. Congrats on the win. Now to Patrick and Steve with a look at what's ahead on Dodgers Live.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Unbelievable. Down 6-0. They're tired. We already had it all worked out how we're hammering Puig and the defense in the second inning, and they come back and win it. I tell you, this is one of the best games I've seen in a long time, Steve.
It was a great comeback against an outstanding closer, and Fernando Rodney. Believe me, I'll have something to say about him, too, as this show goes on. So basically, I have a chance to hammer somebody in this game.
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what a great comeback. And just like Adrian said, this team isn't going to quit. There's no question they were tired, and they faced an awfully tough pitcher, and they made a lot of mistakes tonight. You're going to forget about all those now.
All right, think about what you're going to say, because when we come back, it's Dodgers Live. We're going to get sound, some reaction from the Dodgers clubhouse. Dodgers come into town. They take game one versus the Tampa Bay Rays. A lot of fun here tonight. Dodgers Live right here on Prime Ticket. Coming up, what a victory. Walk-off style in the ninth for the Dodgers.